Welcome back. I just started to run here, and we've discovered on the second level the best relic. It's gonna be so useful later. I had to start the stream. Now let's try to get some bombs. All the gold. Oh, that room sucked. There we go. You got a lot from a fish. Okay, I'm being sloppy. I'm taking damage. We need to take less damage. It's crazy. You gotta find the shop. Here it is. Got 2 key doors. Okay, we're gonna take this. And this. Perfect. Ooh, that's pretty damn good. Because I've got an altar or a relic. I need more keys. I don't need health. Alright, here we go, here we go. Oh my gosh. Minefield. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh, those mines just tore me up. Yeah, of course. Let's go. Nice! Nice, a new familiar. That's amazing. Absolutely worth 30 health. Absurd. We're getting up there with the bombs. If we can get another doubling season. Oof. This thing's amazing. Be careful about taking so much damage. Jeez. This thing I keep just leaving there. Is it worth a bomb? Nah. Here we go. That's gonna be useful if I can get all the way there with it. Oof. Nice. Very nice. Amazing. Oh, so nice. These rock breaks are amazing in this room. Okay, secret room. Oh. Nice. This could be a popcorn room. Nice, it blocked that curse from when I prayed. Nice, okay, this could definitely be a popcorn room. Maybe we can get another popcorn. Yeah, I love that relic that blocks curses. Oh yeah. That I like. They're all around this blade. They're not popping that way yet though. Okay. There we go. Easy enough. Maybe I don't double it. Oops. Yes. Sweet. I don't have the 2 keys to get through. Oh, I can float across though. There we go. Another one! Amazing. I thought it was taking me a while to get them. Now they're all just flowing in. I'm not even super worried about the Alglycerin. I guess I can get it. It's not even that big a deal. Save it for the boss room. Should I heal before I do the boss? Can't imagine I'll really need to, but whatever. This is going to be a little bit harder than it has in the past because my character just doesn't have the power-ups that I usually do at this point. Got him a few times there. There we go. No big deal. Pop the Alglycerin. This thing's gonna take forever because of the miner's flask. Golden kernel's gonna be bananas when we get that. Really what we're going for now, I guess. Golden kernels. Maybe something to help me get more bombs. I'm gonna use the kernels on Kurtz's stash when it blows up and just drops a ton of stuff into the room. And then we'll do the popcorn kernels in the doubling season. And then we'll have basically everything forever. Probably, maybe. Beware of dynamite. Okay. Game gets a little tougher with no combat relics. Ooh, we get to pray again. Ooh, he got me. I thought I was playing it safe. Okay. Let's break into the shop real quick. Definitely gonna need that key. Oh my god, there's so many keys you need. Start getting picky with them. Let's see here. Definitely taking the relic. More damage when you crit. Yeah, it looks like I'm building a crit build. Let's go with it. Wealth. This is the wealth run. We'll be blessed with money by its completion. In fact, I'll grab this real quick. By real quick, I mean it's like 5 rooms away. Oops, and especially helps if you go the correct direction. Good thing I got that tent, maybe. Pop the nitro or Alglycer in here, where the pilfers don't come. It's the best. I guess I could have stood in a corner. There we go. Made a little money out of that, I think. Wait. I have 4 of this blessing. Increase potion duration. Oh. Oh, I see. I guess I could drink this too. It's gonna reveal secret rooms or what? I wonder how long it'll last. Oh, that's how it works. I see. Oh, nice. A bomb bag. That's sick. I could hope this one would be as good. Either way, I just paid for both of them. Oh, it's definitely as good. Sweet. Okay, so this little bubble I have around myself is revealing hidden walls. I see now. Okay, so I wonder how long this will last. I should check them all while they're all available. This is interesting. I have like a true sight mini bubble around me. They had an effect like that in Soul Blazer NES game. Where you can true sight. Yeah, I wish I could get through there. But it wasn't on you, it was on your, I guess, magician that flew around you. Ooh, got lucky there. Oh, it does that too. That's amazing. Do I gotta go back and check the rocks now? This thing's so good. I don't know what the puzzle is here. Or maybe, oh, I already took the relic. That's what that is. Okay. I guess recheck the rocks, it seems excessive, but yeah, let's just bring it to the next zone. That was 3 hidden rooms we found with this thing. That's good. Oh nice, I'm about to block this curse. But I can wait just a moment on it. Give myself more time with the, okay, here's the fountain. There's the secret room. This is the point at which we pay the tribute and try to be really good about. Be really good. And we definitely just still need more attack speed. Ow! Stupid tile. Alright. Still have the vision. Yep. So glad I bought that vision potion. Yo, I think I dodged out of his attack, right? No, I can't afford the relic. I need a key. Give me a key. There we go. Nice, here's a little bomb room. Lovely. Gold. Okay. Here's a chest. Which is sweet. Also, let's get the float boots. Oh, I don't have a key for the chest. That's funny. Let's get the key. Oh my god, they all require keys. Ha, I float. You don't. Oh, I got hit by two of them. Oh, the True Sight potion is just so good. One cost me 2 bombs, one cost me a curse. Let's just use the curse. Oh no, that's not what I wanted. My bubble of True Sight is still revealing for me. Okay, well. Let's go get the relic. That one's way worse. There we go. I don't know, I might need the key in the next round. Just keep it. Alright, deep breath, y'all. Antimatter would have been nice too. Oh, no touchy to pilfer. Okay, we just lost our true sight. But we have the float boots. Nice. I have to be careful too, because I don't really have that much gold. Can't afford to let the pilfers get any. Amazing. Amazing. More blessings. Okay, let's find the shop. That's not the shop. Can't spend my last key until I find the shop. There we go. Here we go. Found the shop. Don't attack in the shop. What are you thinking? I gotta wait. Always gotta wait. There's the chest and the bottle. We definitely need that. Key. We definitely need that. Nice. It's a chest and the chest and a bottle. Come on. Alright. I guess I am unlocking the altar room. No way. Oh, it's at least it's only locked from one side. Sweet. I'll pull. Nope. Right. Put that down for a sec. Might want to transmute that lunchbox. I mean, lunchbox ain't super terrible, but really need to be able to fight. I don't really have any fighting ability yet. That's locked. Definitely taking the relic. Alright, we'll take this one. I'm thinking when the gold comes out, instead of attacking, we can just run through it. Like in the enemy rooms. We'll see. Alright, here we go. Ready for attack speed. Alright, whatever, let's do it. Oh, I don't even know if I went into that last room. Oh yeah, I did. You gotta be really careful for the pilfers. Fingers off the buttons. Fingers off the buttons. Literally moving my fingers to the side so that I don't trigger it. Because one tiny little piece of gold can fall out of anything. And then the pilfer can spawn anywhere in the room, which is directly under you. And I just learned this like 10 times in a row now. Come on. It's so little gold. Oh. Okay, here we go. Combat, back to combat. Wonder if I can pray for keys. What am I praying for here? This crit chance? Then a little bit later. Wait for my timer a little bit. That's how you body him out of it without hitting him. Wish I could body him out of his bomb. There we go. That's a little bit of money. I guess I get a bomb size. That'll help me get more gold with less bombs. Pray for bomb size. Oh yeah. And as long as I don't break this pilfer curse. Let's just not break this pilfer blessing, rather. It's so hard to get it all the way there. We're gonna try really hard. I gotta use this thing like right now. Oh no. You got away with a chunk. Nice, that's pretty cool. Shop in a bottle. Actually, the biscuits is still going, and honestly, I don't know how long for, so I better get there too. Alright, let's go with bomb size. Oh yeah, I can pray again now. And attack speed? Yeah. Nice. Okay, I still have no keys. Can't get the relic, which is unfortunate. Just go into the shop here. Don't attack anything. Oh nice, we got another shop here. And the key that I badly need. Yeah, that shop is cached. Let's try this shop. Whoops. Right next to it. No, don't hit them. Oh, the map! The map is so good. The thing's pretty good. Just take it. I need to come back for this key. I can afford this key. Yeah, if that one guy wouldn't have got away with that chunk. Okay, now I can afford the key. No! Not the food. Okay. Be more careful with the money. No attacking. Alright. Kurtz's stash we need to fill up. Oh, we got keys now for the relic. Yes. More health I'll take. Let's do it. Yeah, now that we got this nice big attack bomb radius, let's do that. Yeah. Okay. Let's put a little padding in the pocket. Man, we're getting low. Oh, I didn't even get to the shop yet. Oh my god. The main shop. I did the 2 side shops. Now we transmute that thing. Sure, let's go with that. I'll just come back here after we beat the boss. We got the boss funds. There it is. I put him down. Some minor padding to the count. Back to the shop. I guess there's meat up there. I also carry this absolution. I don't really need it. I guess maybe I'll get 2 more curses pretty soon. That would be kind of cool. If I can hurry up, I can use this curse blocker still. I'm not likely that I just ran all the way across this thing to get these keys, but... Maybe I wouldn't want to block it because now I want to get to 5. Being incredibly careful about the pilfers. We must remain ever cautious. Oh, the map is so nice. Nice, I still have it. Still have the pilfer buff. Ooh. Interesting. I don't think I want that at all, but interesting. We're paying to get in the shop. Definitely paying to get in the shop. A nice bomb bag, how about that? to stay ever focused. For one tiny piece of gold will sneak out, and the pilfer will run under my blade. All will be lost if I'm not careful. I love having the map. Map relic is so good. Tis the forbidden popcorn. Golden delicious. I shall not resist you. Never. Tis the wealth run. Shall be done. And I guess I could take poison damage on my attacks. Get out of here, big boy. No. Oh, I got it off his head. Nice. Chest in the bottle. It's not drinking in here. At least put it somewhere safe, like in here. Okay. It's gonna cost damage and a key for that chest. Nice. Very nice. Alright. There we go. Aha, keyring inside. I think I got all the gold too. Haha. Let's check the shop before we go. Give myself as much time as possible with that buff. Ooh, the true sight does let me see under rocks. I think I actually will chug that. Let me see under this rock. Oh, I wish. I guess we take attack speed still. A little more bomb size. Yeah, that's stopping the Kurtz's stash from filling up. Okay, so the stash is hard to fill up when I have that thing going. Oh yeah, I'm checking for rocks. Checking under rocks. Haha! I found it. Twas not folly. Watch out for that guy. This is crazy. There we go. That was so close to attacking that pilfer. I didn't realize. Okay, I'll say that was worth it. Final sweep. And that's that. Okay, we gotta keep this pilfer buff. And hauls too. Most importantly, do not lose the pilfer buff. We have the forbidden popcorn. Uh-huh. Oh, this is gonna be dangerous. Okay. Did alright. I think we did alright. Very nice. Very nice. How dare he destroy all my blocks? Give me that back. I want it back. I want it back. Hmm. Would actually be nice to take on one more curse, so I can use this absolution potion. But I feel like this bomb doubler is gonna be crucial. Let's get that going. And the key. How dare you? Get out of here. Oh, I could have jumped on his head maybe. Where's all the meat coming from? That ham keeps popping out. So that's the lunchbox. That was an extra attack. That's dangerous. Come on. Oh! This is what we needed. Haha. That's sweet. Removed all the curses at once. Okay, so I have to come back to this underground room. Wait, I thought there was a... There's no prayer, there's no altar? I don't know what I was thinking. I don't know why I was thinking there was an altar here. Definitely no altar. I just have the talisman. Nice. No way. Snuck through and grabbed that one. Okay. Oh man. Really getting me. No. Get this guy too. Yes. I wonder if there's another transmutagen. Let's see what we can do. It's fine, we can just pass on it. There's a potion down here I can grab though. Three more curses till I bust that stash. I just gotta find an altar. That'd really help. But no breaking the pilfer buff, that's the key. No breaky pilfer buff. That's what we needed, the altar. Let's take some max HP. I'm gonna take hardiness, but I'm gonna wait. Give myself some time on that buff. That's another absolution. I could try to get up to 5 curses again, that'd be cool. Do it twice in one run. Just gotta watch out for the pilfers. Pilfers is my main enemy #1. Oh yeah, fuck you, bitch. Cat Gallon. Oh, I could take on a curse. Now let's do it. Yeah. Take on another one. I literally have to take on one more curse and then pop in this stash. Oh, and here's the spot for it. No way it's gonna happen on the demon floor. That's absurd. Give it to me, give it to me. Yes! Here we go, here we go! I remember this thing being like really good. This is pretty dang good too though. There we go. You! Give it back! Ah! Might as well go whoop this boss. Now I got a strength potion rolling. Oh, yes. Oh, yes. Oh, yes. Oh, yes. Oh, he didn't even touch me. Get wrecked! He literally didn't even touch me. That's hype. That is the definition of hype. Literally the boss never touched me. Even more hype would be if I can get this Pilfer Blessing all the way to the end. That would be even more hypeage. Oh, was it worth it? I don't know. What happened? There we go. Okay. Let's go take the talisman. Check the shop one last time. Healing is less effective. That's fine. Really don't need that much of that. Although, there's a free steak up here. Let's go get it. Okay, the caverns. We've made it to the caverns with the pilfer buff. Let's go. We are still a zone and a half away from completion. Do all the caverns and who knows how many floors of the next zone. Just don't hit any pilfers, I guess. And you won't have any problems. Oh my god. Give me it. Nice. That hurt. That hurt a little bit. The guy's gotta be quicker to die. That null stone protecting the hit every room. So crucial. Okay. Let's get more crit chance. And I guess another crit chance. Wait a second on the timer.
Yo.
Yo, welcome to the stream, sir. How you doing?
Alright.
I think I heard you yesterday say you were dropping out, but I didn't really hear what you said. And then you were like gone.
When I popped in yesterday, I didn't hear you. Later on at least. I mean, earlier on, obviously, we were talking, but...
I think at some point I actually lost internet at my place. I don't know if that had anything to do with it. But I was like down for a while, like midstream. I was like, what the fuck? And like pick the stream back up.
You talking about earlier or later?
Yesterday at like 12 or 1, maybe 2, I'm not sure.
At night?
Yeah, no, in the afternoon.
I don't remember exactly when I was watching yesterday afternoon. I just remember... Yeah, my neck was hurting so bad, but I decided to just go back to sleep.
Got you.
And after dinner, I ended up on the next space. I think I popped into Discord for a minute. I saw Jason was on, and then by the time I had popped on after dinner, he was gone. I thought you were on, and I said what's up, but I didn't hear nothing. Then I ended up on our next space.
Yeah, he was on super briefly. I talked to him for like half hour, maybe 20 minutes. This run's going pretty good. I have the Pilfer buff, I have the golden powder, I have the golden popcorn, which is the forbidden relic. And I'm only a few zones away. Wow. 3 more
You were
floors.
down to your last 100k for this, huh?
Yeah, I spent I got to 100k, spent all of it. I got myself down to like a few hundred gold, dude. I had to spend the full 100k that I had to get this blessing again.
I remember like the other day you had like almost 400,000.
Yeah.
But it's taken that many attempts to try to make this work, huh?
Yeah, I just keep failing it. Just keep accidentally hitting a pilfer. The problem is you just go to do this, and then one piece of gold like pops out, and then literally the pilfer pops up underneath you while you're attacking the next destructible. And it's just like they're dead. And it's gone. And you just wasted the whole run. You cannot get it back in the same run. Aha. Sometimes you can just run into him and take the gold from him instead of like, because if you hit him, you obviously lose it. Yeah, a few floors left. A few floors left. Yeah, I had it so close yesterday, dude. I got into the pilfer zone, and then I had a sneaky suspicion that I needed to like still keeping it, and I was literally a couple rooms away. I was literally like 2 rooms away. I was on the floor that I needed to bring it to, but I was like a couple rooms away, and I accidentally a pilfer like popped up literally like underneath me while I was clearing trash, and it was just gone forever. It's like no. But now I know in the pilfer zone, because I've now refamiliarized myself with the pilfer zone, I will be prepared to handle it properly, I think, once I get there. There's like a special room you have to gain entrance to that you have to bomb into. See, like that, I'm just like fighting enemies, and then all of a sudden the gold breaks, and pilfers are everywhere. And if I don't like stop immediately while there's like gold surrounding me, I'm just gonna hit a pilfer. Yeah, I figured out the layout. There's like a specific set of rooms that are like hidden rooms that are laid out in the pilfer zone. And you have to bomb into them. And you have to bomb like to the right. It has to be like a secret door to the right. Because it's a specific set of rooms, and you start by entering it from the left side of a room. And so you just have to know where to bomb, because it won't show you the sparkle. You have to bomb to the right. Is the trick. So I'm getting pretty damn close to the room. Caverns 2, it's basically, I guess it's a few floors away still. But relatively, I'm gonna be carrying this like all day, so it feels pretty close now. Here we go. Oh, that's what got me last time, actually, the golden popcorn. Because I saw one tiny little piece of gold popped out. And so I saw the pilfer coming for that tiny piece of gold, and I grabbed the gold and avoided the pilfer, and then went to swing for another piece of junk. But the golden popcorn had doubled that single piece of gold into another piece of gold, and there was another pilfer that popped up right underneath the junk I went to attack. So the golden popcorn is like the forbidden relic.
Yeah.
So actually this run I started right at the beginning. I had the golden powder getting me all this gold. And so I was like, okay, I don't have much gold. I'll just make this run like a rebuilding my wealth run. You know, use the golden powder to get a bunch of gold. Take all the wealth blessings I can find. But then of course I saw the pilfer room and I was like, I got 100,000. Let's try for it again. So I guess I'm still kind of going on. A gold run slash I'm trying to do both at once. Trying to gain gold while getting to the pilfer zone. And then of course I saw the golden popcorn and I was like, you know what? I'm taking it anyway. I had the golden powder first. Started off as a wealth run.
Yeah, I'd probably just focus on the one goal.
Yeah, you're right. Seems like it would make more
Like, yeah,
sense.
you can get more done. It's like, you know, the risk of screwing up the primary goal increases the more stuff you try to do.
Yeah.
Oh shit. Dang it.
Wait, I have another doubling season? I could be doubling my bombs right now? Oh, I just never used it. Lame.
Just realized I left my
Go ahead.
bike plugged in last night.
You left what plugged in?
My bike.
Ooh.
I was supposed to unplug it at some point yesterday so it wouldn't run another charge cycle. I have it on a it's like a garden light timer, right? It's just a simple timer for the electric connection. And I had it running for like an hour and a half or so the night before. And then I forgot to unplug it the next day. And I didn't ride yesterday. So it did another hour and a half even though it was full. Which is not good. It's Friday, right?
Today is Friday.
Just counting down the days till I get to freaking get my car fixed.
Right? I'm glad he's helping you out, man. It's gonna save you a lot of money.
The rest of the parts did show up yesterday.
Nice.
So everything is in place. I just gotta figure out how I'm gonna get over to your side of town on Sunday.
Alright. Yeah, I'm totally doing this. So this is the guy that also keeps getting a good chunk of my money. Because if you tip him half your money, like over half your money, like 51% or whatever, 50.01%, you get your choice of like 3 pages of relics. So yeah, I'm doing that. So I already have the golden powder and the golden popcorn. So what else can I get for gold? Because this was technically supposed to be the wealth run. Even though I am trying to go to the pilfer zone. Simple chest, always nice. But spare ordnance is going to put a bomb in every chest. And then I won't run out of bombs. That might be the whip. Because with the golden powder, I need lots of bombs. See, enemies drop gold when killed. That's an even more dangerous relic, dude. That's so dangerous. Dude, you cannot complete the pilfer run with enemies drop gold when killed. I don't think that's a thing. So I guess we'll go with the spare ordnance. Get the bomb in every chest. Oh no, this guy's gonna try and take all my gold. Oh man, he literally just got a mega stack of the gold. What a jerk. Oh my god, I had to lose the armor and the shield. Come on. There we go. It cost lots of keys, but worth it. Bottles in a bottle. Let's do it. You are not getting out of here with that gold. Nice. Oh yeah, I'm making some gold now. Taking the holy water. Drinking the savagery serum. Yeah, we got a room full of meat. Let's go. Dude, I lost the buff.
Oh no.
Yo!
What happened?
I don't know. Yeah, last night I don't even know what happened one time, and then today now I don't even know what happened one time.
I guess if the stream's recording, you can go back and check it.
I can. But like, ultra
I
lame,
was
what
tabbed away.
happened? What happened? I'm wondering if the enemies explode in crits, like there's arrows shooting that are hitting pilfers. I think that's the one I actually can't take. Enemies temporarily explode in arrows after a critical strike. I think that might be it. I think it sends arrows that can hit the pilfers. So I think that's the one I can't take. Shit. Well, like I said, it's a wealth run now. It's a wealth run. Dang it, dude. Ah, it was so close. Ah, what an ultra bummer. Yeah, I think I actually had it if it wasn't for that. I think the enemies are exploding in arrows. And the arrows are counting as like hitting the pilfers. Tell me you're ultra gay without telling me you're ultra gay. What the fuck, what the fuck, what the fuckity fuck, fuck, fuck. Yeah, I think that's the one, dude. Well, I guess I could take a break for lunch. Come back and farm the rest of this gold after lunch, like.
Figure out what happened in between.
I think it's that enemies explode in arrows after a crit. I was suspecting that last time, and I think I'm gonna go with that. I think that's my conclusion at the moment. So I have a new forbidden relic. I felt like it happened in this room. So I don't know. I really do need to like go back and check the streams, I guess. Alright, yeah, I'm gonna do a quick pause on the stream and get some food. Okay, I'm back. I'm backity back. Yeah, so I think I found out what it is. I think it's that bow. That'd be my guess. Only other guess could be the golden powder. Because if I drop a bomb, it's technically a golden bomb, and then pilfers come out to, like, attract to the golden bomb. So maybe they can then get hit by the golden bomb. Wait, I can bust their rocks. Yeah, I'm busting your rocks, yo. Killing your pilfers at your door.
Yeah, I'll catch up with you a little later. Just saw an opportunity I gotta jump on.
Okay. 116% crit chance. Amazing. No way. How many is this gonna go to? Let's go. This is insane. 110 damage. I can't pull it again. Oh, no way. I can't believe it went so far. I literally can't even believe this. Wow. It chugged away all my health. It transformed the Pilfer into a different Pilfer. That's funny. Come on, let's see how far it'll go. I can't believe that's 135 health. This is crazy. I can't believe I wasn't able to defeat it. That's totally absurd. Well, that's the end of pulling that lever. That was crazy. Oh, I had the tent. In fact, might as well just take it now. Oops. Oh, whatever. Could have prayed for that earlier. Oh my god. I usually do check the blessing first to see if it's wealth. And then it didn't this time. Oh, what a goof. Be right back. Okay. How about that? Literally too fast for him. I have no chance. The gold. Actually, there we go. Just sweeping the room. There we go. Probably could have got a little more out of the golden kernels, but also I felt like it was pretty good. It's pretty good. Alright, that was a good clear. Whew, I think I made 100,000 in that room. Be right back. Finish my lunch up. Alright, got me broccoli. Got some frozen broccoli. Heated it up. Juiced it with olive oil. I guess we're going to the Bitcoin podcast while I chew for a moment. Because we all gotta eat. And that's how life is. Let's see what we got here.
The market just got reset. Bitcoin fell down, wiped out a lot of long positions, and that has made it actually more attractive. I think, to go long right now in the market. And we have Tom Lee giving his take for the next market rally. We have a lot of people spreading FUD on what happened this morning with Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent, and I've already given some of my thoughts on that, but I'll hit on that again. If you don't mind, hit subscribe so you can see future videos just like this. I want to give you some of my updated thoughts on this. And actually, I sent a message out to my Telegram, which there's a link to it underneath the video. It's completely free, but I told everyone this morning that I was actually adding to my long position and making it a little bit more aggressive. It was 3x, I moved up to 5x, and yeah, we're up a little bit from where we were. Then we bounced perfectly off this line, so I added and made it more aggressive right around 117.5 or 117.6. We're up about $800. What do you know? Like, we're bouncing right off this line, it looks like. So if you want to start trading, by the way, there is a link to BYDeFi underneath the video. Right now, we have this trading competition, trading giveaway, basically, and there's $13,600 that you can get part of, and every single day this is going up because it goes up with the trading volume of everyone that's ever signed up under my link. So start trading today. You can trade crypto with crypto. Now it's actually like a really good time because we've calmed down a lot. We've wiped out a lot of the long positions. And like I said, you can trade crypto with crypto. So you can trade Bitcoin with Bitcoin as collateral, and you can actually make more Bitcoin. Same thing with Solana or XRP or Ethereum, or you can just do it via USDT as well as collateral. But it's very simple. Just try out the platform. If you need any help, go to ChatGPT, they'll explain it. But I have talked about lever trading on this platform before, so you can look up that too if you want. Now, this morning, people were worried because Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent said they will not be buying Bitcoin. We had PPI come in that was higher than expected. Of course, we would prefer it to come in lower than expected or at expectations, but this made the crypto market fall down, especially Bitcoin, which was, arguably getting overheated last night. I said that I was taking some profits in one of my videos. I mentioned that, and then I also mentioned it to the Telegram. But you can see the traditional markets aren't even down today. They're slightly green, so it's not like there's a lot of fear. I think this was just a good time for market manipulators to wipe out some long positions, and it is slightly bearish news. So yeah, we see a lot of liquidations here today. However, it did reset the market in a way that we haven't seen in a little while, right? We had been climbing up pretty steadily the days before this, going from, we were just at 112, 8 days ago. We were at 112,000. We went up to 125. So yeah, or just short of it. So that is a big move. We are, looks like, flipping this previous resistance into support, which is good. And like I said, we are actually seeing a reset of the market. When you look at the Bitcoin exchange liquidation heat map, there are a lot more longs that could get, or a lot more shorts that could get liquidated right now on the 1 day than longs, because some may have gone wiped out already. Now you start zooming out 7 days, it's a little bit more shorts that could get liquidated, especially at like 114. And then you look at the 30-day, and a lot more longs could get liquidated, especially if we go down to like under where we went a few days ago or a week or two ago. If we went under 112, there would be a lot more. But you can see there's still some shorts that would get liquidated too. I think last time I looked, yes, right around 6 billion at 125,000, which is the new all-time high. So yeah, it's a reset of the market. I think it's fairly healthy. I think it's a nothing burger, like what Bessent said this morning was a nothing burger. They had already said that they weren't going to be buying Bitcoin with new money. They said that they would accumulate it in budget neutral ways, which he did not throw out this morning. It's not like he said that's not going to be happening anymore. So I think a lot of people are spreading a little bit of fear, uncertainty, and doubt. Like Crypto T says, the government has no plan to embrace Bitcoin. They rebranded a CBDC to stablecoins and moving forward with it. Godspeed. Earlier today, the U.S. Treasury Secretary finally admitted the obvious: the U.S. will not be buying Bitcoin, killing months of rumors. And he goes through like, there's no strategic Bitcoin reserve. This is just a pump and dump by the rich people in the government, which they want to make money. They do. Like, for a really wealthy person to join the government, they're probably not doing it because they want to give back. They probably want to make more money, or it's business interest or something like that. So, they probably want to make money from the upside of crypto. But saying that they're not embracing Bitcoin. I think it's kind of crazy. They're allowing you to buy it in your 401ks. They're making sure that there's no censorship and there's no choke point. They are, we're seeing some of the biggest financial institutions in the world embrace crypto and have some of the biggest inflows that we've ever seen. So I think that's a bit crazy. And I think you just have to pay attention to who is spreading fear, uncertainty, and doubt right now, saying that like this was a massive reveal of what's really happening behind the scenes. No, like this was a nothing burger. Nothing new was said, and I don't think you really have to worry. I think these people will flip back as soon as we get up to new all-time highs again, or past 120. As soon as we see a little bit of strength. But we're gonna see $5,000, $10,000, $20,000 moves regularly. This is normal, so don't freak out. Let's go on to Tom Lee and see what he just said about the market rally.
It does take us to our talk of the tape, this record-setting run for stocks and how dependent it now is on the Fed cutting interest rates this fall. Let's ask Tom Strat's head of research, also the BitMine chairman. He's here with us at Post 9. It's good to see you.
Great to see you, Scott.
So how about that question? I mean, it's on a couple of fronts. Like, we came in to this week, which you said was going to be the start of a pretty good rally, which it kind of looked like it was. Now what?
I think that the arguments and elements for a rally to continue are in place, because even today, with the hot PPI print, the stock market is basically flat. So we had a down open. I think investors bought that dip. Part of it is I don't think that the PPI is sending a message that inflation's soaring. There are some things to sort of cut out of that number.
Sure, I agree, and people have said that throughout much of the day, but it seems to have changed the conversation, if nothing else, about the amount of rate cut we might get in September. Is that fair?
Yes, it's very fair. That is correct. But if, as we think about the rest of this year and next year, I think that the thing that's the worst case for investors is Fed hiking. If the Fed does nothing between now and year end, I think some would actually argue that's half full because the economy can handle these higher rates. But if the Fed does 25 or 50 between now and year end, really to normalize real interest rates, that's actually positive for stocks. So I think unless this was going to bring in the odds of a hike, I think that's why markets had a muted reaction.
Well, what if they don't do anything? I mean, Steve Leisman is going to join us in a minute, made the argument earlier today that this changes the conversation from 25 or 50 to 25 or nothing. What happens if we go on the side of nothing? Can this market stand up under that?
Yes. I mean, because number one, and I'm sure Steve's going to talk about this, the economy doesn't seem to be suffering under the weight of these current interest rates, even though the Fed is much higher than the rest of the world on policy rates. And the second part of that is, of course, that if the Fed does 25, it's still a dovish move.
Well, it could be a hawkish cut. Leisman's thrown out that too, right? If they cut 25 and leave us with the feeling like, all right, you got your little lollipop here, everybody, and now we're going to wait and see.
Yeah. I think the market reaction, of course, is really how people are positioned. And we, at Fundstrat, we're finding a lot of investors are positioned as if we're going to see a pickup in inflation. So to them, they were expecting a really hot PPI number, thought this was going to start a decline in stocks. And that's why I think markets didn't fall as much, because I think many people have been positioned for a sort of a hot set of PPI numbers.
So he's saying that we are going to still see cuts, and really we're not too worried about it. We still think that there's a rally to happen here very soon. And honestly, can you blame them, right? Like, all these companies are announcing the best earnings of all time, even if we just see a 0.25% cut. What really matters more, I think, is inflation, because they can start cutting rates, but the bond market can kind of revolt. And if you think that just because they're cutting rates that like mortgages are going to go down, the interest rates are going to go down, that's not how it works. So we really do need to see like steady lower inflation over time, and then the Fed can cut rates, and then everything will be happy. But I still think cutting by a 0.25 basis point is what the experts are saying right now, the analysts are saying, and I still think that's bullish for the markets. It does move some capital from less risky assets to more risky assets because there's less of a deposit rate, right? Lower rate of return there. So I still think that's bullish. I still think that's the base case right now. Let me know your thoughts on this underneath the video. Nothing crazy from Tom Lee, but still nice to hear from him. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. I'll see you all soon.
What?
Bitcoin currently looks like it could be on the cusp of a euphoric phase of price action after an already strong bull market. However, has this cycle really been as impressive as the price chart shows us, or have we really been underperforming? So we'll get right into it with the Bitcoin growth since cycle lows chart we have here on bitcoinmagazinepro.com. Now, if you're just looking at the percentage returns of this cycle, judging from the cycle lows that we set in the tail end of our bear market, we can see as I film this, we've already had 634% returns, which isn't bad. This is a pretty strong bull market, not just in terms of price action, but in terms of fundamentals. We have institutional accumulation through the ETFs and Bitcoin treasury companies. And just looking at the on-chain data, we're still seeing a huge amount of long-term holders refusing to take profit. So as I said, we still could be on the cusp of this big run-up phase that we typically see at around this stage in a Bitcoin bull market, especially when comparing to the previous two cycles. But again, if we look at the percentage returns compared to the previous ones, we can see at this point in the previous cycle, we were at 1,230%, we'll say, and then that was the 2017 cycle, sorry, and then the previous cycle about 1,460%. So the two cycles compared, the previous two cycles, the most recent one was about 75% lower returns than the previous one at this stage of the cycle, whereas this cycle so far is less than half the returns we had of our previous cycle. So I know there's diminishing returns, that's to be expected. Potentially this cycle we're going to have a lengthening cycle and far outseed the typical 4 years that we see, and at that point maybe we won't have such diminishing returns. Maybe we're actually going to see something quite similar to the previous cycle, but again, this is speculation. We just need to focus on the data right now. So what I'm going to do is if we go to the trading view chart here, what we can see, and I'm just going to move myself over here so it's a little bit clearer, this is the Bitcoin versus US dollar chart. And like I said, it doesn't look bad at all, especially if we focus on this current cycle. We've barely had any long, extending, deep retracements in the price action. The deepest we've had is, I believe, here when we first surpassed $100,000, came back down to about 74, 75K, of around 32%, which compared to previous cycles is very good. So the fact that we're seeing diminishing volatility, potentially dampened upside potential, is maybe negated by the fact that we're not seeing such violent swings to the downside. And again, if you just look at the price action, we've had this big step up price action. We've had big explosive move, choppy consolidation, big explosive move, choppy consolidation, etc. And now we're close to new all-time highs. As you watch this, we've hopefully reached new all-time highs. I've filmed this a couple of days before you'll see it. And things generally look pretty positive, pretty strong. Like I said, it's not just from a price action perspective, but from a fundamental perspective as well. But if I actually zoom out, again, we're on the weekly chart here, and this is versus the US dollar. One thing we need to consider is the purchasing power of not just the US dollar, but other fiat currencies is constantly diminishing. So when we're actually valuing an asset, which is against a diminishing asset, then it makes sense that Bitcoin or any other assets versus the US dollar or fiat currencies are typically going to trend to the upside. Inflation is eating away, like I said, at the purchasing power of these currencies, and they're diminishing in terms of their strength. So if we measure Bitcoin rather than the US dollar or other fiat currencies against something like US tech stocks, then maybe we'll get a little bit of a better insight into how much Bitcoin is actually overall underperforming other more volatile, risk-on and speculative assets. So if I zoom back out here, we can see it's not quite as amazing, it's not quite as impressive if we measure Bitcoin versus these assets. If we actually look at the percentage gains compared to the 2017 to the 2021 peak, we can see it was only about 50% higher. And if we look at how much higher we've actually extended beyond that previous all-time high, we can see just barely. We've actually had faced some resistance at this point, have actually climbed back above it now, and are now hopefully turning this level into support, so we can hopefully build a solid foundation and move higher and have a long and sustained period of outperformance versus US tech stocks. And another interesting thing as well is if we look at the previous cycle peaks, we can see where we had this double peak in the Bitcoin price action, where the Bitcoin price versus the US dollar actually slightly exceeded that previous price action peak. We can see when measuring versus other assets that people invest in, that we actually expect to see a little bit of a return in, that Bitcoin actually underperformed, potentially indicating that the second leg up we had was more driven by global liquidity expansion and again diminishing fiat currency purchasing power rather than Bitcoin's actual outperformance in its own right. Something quite similar to what we saw in the 2017 cycle where we had this big peak and then a little bit of a dead cat bounce. Again, on the NASDAQ chart, it doesn't look quite as steep, but again, it looked quite similar where we had this. Of course, it was over a much shorter period of time, but again, this looks a little bit more typical of a Bitcoin cycle without this really weird double top that we had in the last one, where most metrics actually pointed towards us peaking at the first actual point of $60,000, $64,000-ish. And again, this is the NASDAQ. Something quite similar, a very correlated asset to Bitcoin. But if we look at Bitcoin versus potentially something that's a little bit more akin in terms of its fundamentals to Bitcoin in gold, where we actually have this narrative of Bitcoin being a digital gold, we get an even different story. So again, this is on the weekly chart here, where we had a very similar peak in the double top price action cycle. But again, if we scroll across, what we can see is if I just draw a line to where the current or previous all-time high was in the last cycle, we can see we're actually beneath this point in price action, which indicates that Bitcoin, if you were to buy Bitcoin in the 2021 cycle peak around 4 years ago and hold till today, you'd have actually underperformed compared to holding gold. Now, of course, if you compare the cycles, I mean, Bitcoin versus gold since the cycle lows has had over 300% returns. And of course, gold's been on this pretty historic bull market rally where it's seen huge gains to the upside. But looking at Bitcoin through a lens like this one maybe gives us a little bit more insight into the true purchasing power of Bitcoin as an asset. A few other interesting things to note is if we look at the COVID dump, again, that actually took us pretty much right around to where Bitcoin's price bottomed out in that 2018 bear market low. And again, if we look at the Bitcoin price action double top, they were pretty much identical. And now it's actually forming a little bit of a triple top. But we can actually take this one step further. What I've got here is the Bitcoin price versus gold, but taking into account the expansion in global liquidity. So not only are we comparing Bitcoin to the price action, price appreciation, or potentially diminishing returns of a hard asset like gold, but we're also excluding the global M2 money supply increase, which we've seen even in the past few months increase double-digit percentage to the upside. So if we actually zoom out here, we can see something potentially even more indicative of how the purchasing power of Bitcoin is increasing or decreasing over time. Now again, this is pretty interesting to see because if we look at the bear cycle lows, they were almost exactly the same in terms of the price action. So even though this point in the Bitcoin price action in US dollar terms was significantly lower than around this 20K drop we had, if we actually look at them compared to the purchasing power of hard assets like gold, taking into account global liquidity, we can see that these were almost exactly at the same point. If we look at the double peak, again, we get this similar action to what we saw versus Bitcoin and the NASDAQ, where the second peak was actually lower than what we saw in the previous one. Again, reiterating the previous comment that maybe that second rally was driven more by global liquidity expansion and fiat currency debasement compared to actually Bitcoin outperforming. But again, if I actually draw on a point for the previous all-time high, we haven't made a new all-time high this cycle. So potentially this is why we've not seen a huge retail inflow yet, because in terms of actual comparisons to other hard assets, Bitcoin hasn't actually created a new high yet. We draw something around here. Again, we get some very clear and obvious support and resistance levels, which maybe give us some indication of where the Bitcoin price action could go. So even though we're close to new highs in terms of the US dollar chart on Bitcoin, we're actually at a fairly notable point of resistance on this chart. And it's basically if we give ourselves another potential point of resistance around here, Bitcoin could be facing a fairly decent period or block of resistance where investors who are looking at these charts may be a little bit hesitant to actually rotate into Bitcoin, considering the fact that when looking at the chart versus gold, accounting for liquidity, we're at this big major point of resistance. Investors may look at that and prefer to rotate into assets like US stock or gold, depending on their relationship chart. And again, the fact that we haven't made a new high on this really indicates that this Bitcoin cycle has potentially mainly been driven by global liquidity expansion rather than Bitcoin's own outperformance and new capital inflows compared to assets like gold. Now what we can also do is if we just look at where Bitcoin currently is on this price chart compared to where the high is, because we've already set 3 peaks at that point, so that's probably a pretty important point we need to be watching. We can see if we just grab here and bring it up, this gives us about 23.5% upside potential for this Bitcoin market rally to actually get to potentially a fair value high, something that we've already seen this cycle and where the double peak cycle was in the last Bitcoin price action cycle. And if we actually just draw on where 23% higher than the current price action would take us, we can see that that takes us to somewhere around $145,000. Now, if you watched our last video, which is Bitcoin being primed for a big move to the upside, that actually pointed towards a confluence point of resistance when looking at Fibonacci extension levels, and as well as the short-term hold at realized price bands. If you haven't watched that video, I definitely recommend checking it out. But just quickly, if we just look at that 23% point where Bitcoin could potentially extend towards, if we are to just reach that almost fair value level, if I just quickly draw the Fibonacci extension point here and just go back to the daily, we can see if we zoom in, this gives us a really interesting point to watch for Bitcoin to move higher. If we can maybe reach this, again, Fibonacci extension point at $145,000, which would point towards us giving this potential quadruple top when looking at the gold and liquidity chart of Bitcoin. So, of course, we haven't underperformed. If you can play the cycles well, then you'll have still done incredibly well. We still have over 600% returns versus the US dollar, and it's not like many people are buying groceries or anything using gold these days. So if you could play the cycles even remotely well, selling or taking profit at any point up here and scaling back in anywhere around here, then again, you'll have outperformed considerably. But for those buying and holding, it's worth checking out these ratio charts rather than just looking at Bitcoin through the lens of depreciating assets. And it's interesting to note the points of support and resistance where Bitcoin could potentially reach or retrace to if we had to face support and resistance when people are who are looking at these ratio charts, potentially looking at the best risk reward opportunities where to rotate their capital into. Also, please don't forget to like this video, subscribe to the channel and turn on notifications to ensure you're receiving all of our content as soon as it's released, and make sure to check out all the resources we discussed today, as well as the many more that are all available on BitcoinMagazinePro.com, your number one source for Bitcoin analysis. So just to summarize, Bitcoin has so far had a fairly impressive bull market, as we can see by the percentage returns, and looks to be on the cusp of a potential euphoric phase, which could make all of the content of this video completely pointless if we see Bitcoin just massively rally to the upside, far extend beyond the ratio charts that we've seen, and potentially disprove the diminishing returns, especially here we have a lengthening cycle. Like we said, the fundamentals all look strong. I don't like to say this time is different. Until we see any actual evidence and facts that this time really is different, then we have to assume that we're going to follow something that we have done in the previous instances. What we can see is when comparing Bitcoin's relative performance, to other assets like gold or US tech stocks, we can see that we're actually little to no better than where we were in terms of raw purchasing power compared to our last peak or double peaks 4 years ago. When we also take into account the expansion of global liquidity or fiat currency debasement or inflation, we can see that we're actually well below where the USD or other fiat charts currently indicate we are in this cycle. And like I said, there's still plenty of time to go in this cycle, but one thing you need to do when you're doing your investing or analysis is just maybe look at these ratio charts, especially when looking at something like the Bitcoin versus gold or Bitcoin versus tech stocks. If you were looking at that compared to the just standard USD chart in the previous cycle, then you'd have seen at the double top, maybe at that point, that gave another indication, another point of confluence and confirmation that we'd actually seen a little bit of a double top, a dead cat bounce, rather than what we saw, this break into new highs, where people were then getting excited again that we're going to rally to 100K. If you look at the actual flow of capital from different industries, different sectors, rather than just looking at the debasement charts and inflationary charts that the fiat currency show us, then it gives us a little bit more insight into potentially where the Bitcoin price action could go in the coming days, weeks, months, or even years. If you like this video, then please visit BitcoinMagazinePro.com, where our analytics help you to cut through the noise to make informed, data-driven decisions about Bitcoin. With over 150 live charts, personalized indicator alerts, in-depth crypto energy reports, API access, and more, all for a fraction of the standard industry price. And let me know what your thoughts are on Bitcoin potentially underperforming this cycle. Do you think that everything I've said here is redundant because we are making new highs versus the US dollar, and that's the main currency or the fiat currencies that we actually use in our day-to-day lives? Or do you think that Bitcoin really ideally should be outperforming other assets like gold and US tech stocks? As I said, let me know in the comments below and on social media. I look forward to reading and replying to them. Thank you all very much for watching, and I'll see you in the next one. Bitcoin investing can be as simple or as complex as you'd like it to be.
Bitcoin hit a new all-time Bitcoin hit a new all-time high of $124,000 yesterday before crashing 5%. If you take a look at this chart, it's happened multiple times in the past where Bitcoin has run into new all-time high prices and then crashed. Some cases up to 30%. But today's video, I want to recap where we are in the markets, update the current chart action, and potentially why this has happened. Looking at some sort of narrative that the market is applying to this particular crash. So hit the like, subscribe to the channel if you are new here to Homer Macro Cycle Analysis. We're covering the 18-year cycle all the way into the peak and then into that collapse. Also looking at Bitcoin, cryptos, the stock markets, real estate, and commodities. So as I said, heaps to get through in today's video. We have a sale on TIA Premium, I should mention as well, if you've been hanging out for that. Link to that is also in the top of the video description. We are at 118,000 as I film this. Yesterday ran up to 124,000 and got rejected off our short-term 50% level. You can see it came in almost dead on that level. So of course we've been looking at the possibility of some sort of correction or consolidation in the month of August. You can go back to this video here in particular. Of course, we've been talking about it prior to that, but the August rally and crash, looking at the previous history of Bitcoin and August time. Now, one thing to note is that the week is red. However, the month for now, with 17 days to go, is slightly in the green. So if we were to see a correction, a further correction from this point and further downside, the market would have to close the end of the month below 115,700 bucks for it to be red. Now, does that constitute a huge crash for the entire month? Definitely not, at least not in my books. In the last 24 hours, sure, that is definitely a flash crash, but we saw a reasonable close in the short term above that $117,000 level. For now, things are still looking like they're on track, but if it does progress into something a little further, I've got the time frames here for each of the previous corrections from these all-time high prices. I've got short-term corrections and long-term corrections with the time that the market has been underneath those highs, with no other reason for the market to be going down apart from some negative headlines that are happening. We've seen it so many times. Markets like to climb the wall of worry. A significant narrative that is being applied to today's market action is the PPI. So the Producer Price Index came out extremely hot, as they like to say. Previous was 0, forecast was 0.2, and it came out at 0.9. So the cost of buying the goods is going up. Consumer Price Index is coming out a little later, I think in the month or next month. We'll cover that as well. But essentially, prices are increasing for the producers, not from the end result where you go to buy them, the consumers. The producers are having to pay more. So that took a little shock to the market, in particular Bitcoin. But we also saw it on the stock markets for a brief moment. This is the daily chart, and it happened to close up higher. We've got a new all-time high daily close. I think you know that I love to say that because it is in a macro bull market. So there's still further upside on the S&P 500. The NASDAQ was a little off here from the day before, but still very close to those previous old all-time highs. The bonds were hit, yet the yields went up. So we saw the 2-year up, the long end go up, that's the 10-year, and then also the 30-year was up. And a look at what the market is anticipating, now we see a shift back towards, just for the short term, 8% here, that there could be a pause on the interest rates yet again. So basically keeping the interest rates on hold, even though the market and talk for the last several weeks has been around a cut. Still a huge number here in favor of a cut, or basically, expectations that we'll see a 92% chance of an interest rate cut. But just yesterday, as we were following this on the channel, there was 0% chance of a pause at 4.5%, and there was even end up being 100% chance of a cut and a potential double cut there of 0.5% with a small percentage. So although we've seen the PPI basically skyrocket here, there hasn't been anything follow through on the consumer price index yet, because that data is coming out later, later next month. So the main interest here is the interest rates, and it seems like this was a bit of a short-term scare to the market, especially when I take a look at the S&P 500, which closed at a new all-time high. Just a quick interruption, because many of you asked for this in the comment section, on posts and on emails. TIA Premium is on sale today. If you want to join TIA Premium, link in the top of the video description, drop your email down there, and you'll receive an email once the coupon code goes live. Do that now, and we'll see you over in Premium. Okay, back to the video. So for BTC, huge down day here. It was looking like we were getting a little bit overextended, especially when we do our count from the swings with the higher lows to the upside. 9 days in a row of no breakdown of that low. Generally, if you've been following, we look at the rule of 7 to 10 days. Generally, you're going to see something happen in that 7 to 10 days once the market gets overextended at significant moves. And running into a new all-time high is no doubt a significant move in the market. So we've got a correction here, but essentially it's just grinding within the trading range again. So we're back into the 120K range, rejected off the 50%, still for the short term above the 7-year resistance level, which is not too bad here, considering the market had rejected here at the 50% and holding above this 50% level here, which also coincides with the 7-year resistance. So to the time frames, if this is going to eventuate into something a little further, we have a couple of numbers here. 14 days to the downside, then there was a rally, and then the total time frame to the low was 31 days, so basically a month. The next correction, well, the most recent correction was 20 days from that all-time high to the low. Took 20 days, so basically 3 weeks. You got 4 weeks here, 3 weeks here, 2 weeks until there was a rally, and then it continued with the downtrend. The shorter term, you can see here, again, 4 weeks. So 27 days from the 108K all-time high down to that first low. That was the inauguration. And then it was 77 days for the entire move. This one here was 144 days. Because if we were to see something like this, probably going to see the end of the cycle. So we're covering the short term first before we get to the longer term dates, if they in fact happen. But there are several other dates here. You've got 12 days down from the ETF launch. So that was when the ETFs were launched there. Dead on that day, sell off. So buy the rumor, sell the news event. Went down for 12 days into that low before rallying again. Really strong rally into that new all-time high of $74,000. And this last one here for this cycle was just 17 days. So we saw 2 weeks. This one's just short of 3 weeks. So call it 2.5. This one was into the low of March, the banking crisis of 2023. Not really much of a crisis considering how far basically every single market in the world has gone up since this banking crisis back in March of 2023. That leads us to measuring out a couple of weeks here. So 2 to 4 weeks. 2 weeks takes us somewhere around the end of August. 3 weeks, first week of September. And naturally 4 weeks, roughly 30 odd days there, will take you to about middle of September, September 11th. Wouldn't you love that sort of day for a low to come into the market and then get a bounce out of there? So provided we don't break down from key levels being 50% and psychological levels, you can see right here, somewhere around that 99 to 100K, this would just mean a lot longer of a grind. Ideally, it remains higher up on the chart and consolidates the move that it's put in over the last few months here, rising from June to where we currently sit here in mid-August. The total crypto market cap briefly spiked up here into my zone of top buyers, but essentially looking at some sort of distribution playing out to the end of the cycle. We've covered before how smart money does not wait for the top to come into the market. They're not trying to sell that top, and they're not trying to sell everything on the way down. They're looking to sell on the way up. So we'll know after the fact because no one has a crystal ball, but is all of this movement here, if it does go higher, is this going to be part of the distribution? We've already seen through that period of July 80,000 Bitcoin being moved from an original wallet, that getting sold off for billions of dollars. There was another original wallet moving some crypto on the way up here. And in the last cycle, this period where it went absolutely bananas from, for Bitcoin that is, around that 20K to 30, 40, even into the 50Ks, a lot of Bitcoin was getting sold off on that rally. Even though the price went higher, these guys had probably been buying in through the previous cycle, the lows and cycles before that, just like what we're seeing now with this top period. A lot of OG wallets that had bought in the cents, maybe even the few bucks for Bitcoin, selling off here in the $120,000 region for BTC, just basically cashing it in while the going is hot. Another signal I'm seeing is MicroStrategy struggling while Bitcoin's putting in new all-time highs. This is a chart of MicroStrategy. So basically Michael Saylor, all of the Bitcoin that he's buying here in his treasury company, it is not performing. Not my opinion, that's just what the chart is showing here. Since the previous all-time high in July to the current all-time high we saw in the last 24 hours, the market is down. MicroStrategy is down 20%. Bitcoin is not down 20% from its highs. That's the previous all-time high at 123. Current price is 118,000, meaning it's down around 4%. So MicroStrategy really starting to struggle here. It's not over yet. It hasn't broken the $360 level, but you can see that getting put in once, twice, 3 times. I think if we break this now, that's going to be a pretty poor sign there. Basically, a lot of weakness comes into MicroStrategy if it breaks through that $360, especially after being rejected at the 50% level here. So you can see the rally to the upside. It failed at that 50% and also failed at the larger 50% level, using that entire range from the correction low, double 50% right there. So around that $450 is the very strong resistance level, comes in through all of those previous tops. And what we've been doing with MicroStrategy is timing it out to the end of the cycle, basically looking at where that first major all-time high came in November, around that $108,000, and that's when MicroStrategy topped as well. And since that time, MicroStrategy has struggled through this whole period. Bitcoin's put in some higher highs. It's showed some more strength here, but MicroStrategy has struggled. Now, technically, it is still stronger than what happened in 2021. So it basically failed pretty quickly in 2021, got to a lower high by the time Bitcoin put in its final top, which took 9 months from that high to that high. And that's why I'm still using this as a bit of a precursor to any sort of first top signs, even if Bitcoin could continue to run here into September or October, to that early part of Q4. It doesn't seem like MicroStrategy is ready for that type of move yet, especially if it breaks down from $360. So another nail, or I guess we could call it another mark on the checklist of signs running into the end of the cycle. Not the top, but just signs running in to the end of the cycle. Speaking of cycles, good reminder that TIA Premium is on sale today. The link is in the top of the video description. So if you're looking to create sustainable wealth for the future, trade your cryptos, invest into real estate, I suggest checking out TIA Premium while it's on sale. And you can review our members' reviews, trades they're making, investments that they're doing well in, and mindset that they are learning in TIA Premium. Okay, let's get back to cryptos and Bitcoins. We had a huge day down with the liquidations. $1 billion got wrecked, 870 on the long, 160 million on the short. So a good chance for a reset. Looks similar to what happened back in December. I vividly remember the day here. 5th of December, huge new all-time high. We had about $1 billion, $1.5 billion of liquidations occurring then, and the market was able to climb slightly higher. Before, we got the 3 bars down rule, and then the rest is history from there. There was some consolidation, distribution, and then of course it ran into that low. So although I think it's way too early to suggest we're running into something like that, we could be onto something here, something shorter term for the market to digest, even if we see a little bit more of a rally higher. What would signal a weaker rally is lowering volume as we rise into this high with quick successions of down bars that close us back under the previous resistance level. So you can see where we are now. Bit of a rally up. We've started to close back underneath some of these levels. Should we get another rise and closes under these highs, that's a little bit weaker. Market is telling you it needs time to consolidate. Otherwise, get ready for another move higher. So that's the signals that we have here, especially with this bit of reset coming through. The $1 billion there in liquidations. The sentiment, of course, reset. We didn't get a move into extreme greed, which is a good sign. It's just continued to play around with greed here. 75 back down to 60. So the excitement didn't build too much, even though we saw the Google Trends absolutely skyrocket here. Bitcoin got a new fresh high for the 90 days, crypto, new fresh high for the 90 days, and also Ethereum, a fresh high for the 90-day period. We extend that out to 12 months, and we can see Bitcoin was on the rise here, new fresh high, so higher highs, higher lows for all three, Bitcoin, crypto, and Ethereum. And then taking it back to 5 years, the latest readings are still rocketing here, so still rising up as we get the rest of the data for the week come through. So all in all, not necessarily a bad sign. It might just need a little bit of time to recover. Like you can see here, these peaks, even some of the shorter term peaks. That one there's in a bear market, but you've got the peaks and then the cooling off before it consolidates again, ready for that next move higher. And the cycle analysis we've been covering, Bitcoin over the 5 and the 10-year cycle showed August was going to have a bit of a tricky time. Yes, we've got a new all-time high. 5% correction is really not that bad for Bitcoin overall, but the August-September period suggests a bit more of consolidation before a bit more of a move to the upside. So that's some good news coming after this point here. The S&P 500 cycles also suggest August, September, maybe even to that early October period, looking like a correction, at least some consolidation. Thus far, it has continued higher after slight consolidation. And we take a look at the 5-year cycle, chuck the lines on there, you can see that even on the red line, although it's climbing higher, there was some consolidation on the way up. So very, very bullish structure, just consolidating the move, the gains, corrections, and it just kept running higher. So the red line is the 5-year. That ran into September before a correction, consolidation, and then the rest of the move was higher again. Forward returns for Bitcoin were also showing green into the end of the year, but there was obviously the August-September period that show up as some weak time. Some are looking at August up, September down. Others are looking at August down, September up. Either way, it looks like consolidation through this period. And if it is starting at the moment, well, then at least we're aware of that. We've got time frames to watch, and we have support and resistance levels to watch for invalidations of the move. Essentially, if you're to see it break down from key levels, in particular 99 to 100K, that's going to be a lot of weakness. If it consolidates nice and high, that's strong. If it starts to break down from those levels, that's weak. That's as simple as we can make these charts. Moving forward, there is the USDT dominance, which closed above the swing. So not a great sign in the short term. Another thing that, unless this breaks down again today, which would be fantastic if it broke down underneath the, I think it's 4.1 there, that would be good things for the bull market, at least in the short term, for it to continue higher. But for now, with that big move higher, closing above the swing low, that leads me to think that this might be a little bit more of a longer period that Bitcoin needs to consolidate, which could take us out to that sort of 2-week period initially. The reason for that is you can see it on each of these occasions, running all the way back, and it happens in reverse as well. If the market is breaking down and then gets caught closing above the swing low, it basically slows the entire move. So you can see this breaking down, it tries again, and that bar, you can see right as it happens, closed above the swing, and then it slowed the move down. This essentially was that correction in May to June. So you got this May to June correction that was on the Bitcoin cryptos, and the USDT dominance rallied, and then it started to break down again. This day here and that day, this is your July period, they broke the swings and that continued down. Now we find ourselves breaking down again, but just in the last 24 hours, it's closed above that swing. And you can see it happen on the upside too. So if we see this thing rally, that's bearish for Bitcoin and cryptos. It's bullish on this chart because it's USDT. But you can see how the market was rising up. You've got the swing chart in the background. You can see the breakout and then the close back underneath. And it was just getting ready to consolidate before you had that next move. So broke higher, then broke back underneath the swing top, tried again, back underneath the swing top, tried again, back underneath the swing top, and the moves got slower. So it's getting ready to roll over at that point. And here is that rollover. It happens rather quickly. So if you see it in reverse, which is what's happening now, potentially happening now, I should say, then that's bearish for Bitcoin and cryptos. You can see it here on cryptos as well. We haven't got any signs yet that the altcoin market really wants to skyrocket. It hasn't closed above 8%, still needs to get above the 9%, still no overbalance, still no closes above 10%. So there's basically nothing going on here for the altcoins, except for these larger ones. Remember, this is others, excluding the top 10, and you got ETH. ETH has put in a new fresh cycle high and is about $80 short of that all-time high. XRP also failing here at 330. Closes underneath 260 are going to be a little bit troubling here. I'll come back to the timeframes for XRP, but most of you should know that it's into its potentially final month or two of the move, just according to its entire history. Solana also closing back underneath the 50% level, 195 a day up, and then got closed back down. Ideally, to invalidate any sort of short-term downside, closes need to get back above all of these resistance levels that each of these markets have hit in the last 24 hours. And they came up to $200, got rejected, and then closed underneath 50%. As we looked at with XRP, came up, tested the resistance, came back down. There is still a chance that it can turn around and get back up. But the longer it stays under here, the longer this consolidation is going to take. And on Ethereum, looking at these timeframes like we did earlier in the video with Bitcoin, these ones here you can see on longer term timeframes for ETH. It's run up 127 days from the low. This number is the amount of days that it's run down, run up, run down, run up. So 152 days up, and this one here was 179 days down. You can start to see a similar pattern here of how much energy is in a market like Ethereum. And it applies across all of the markets, Bitcoin, other altcoins, you name it, even the stock markets. And you start to see what the buyers in that market are capable of. So they were capable of 160 days up, 180 days down, 150 days up, 150 days down, 130 days up, 110, 20 days down, another 120 or 30 days up. So this to me is either we consolidate here for a bit more and keep running to extend out to a number that has repeated time and time again throughout this cycle, somewhere around that 150 to 170 level. So however long this takes, that'll give us a number with how much longer it's got to go for ETH. Otherwise, this is the 127 and the consolidation could take quite some time. Ideally, it's one of these shorter consolidations. You see these sort of 11 days, 6 days or so, and shoots off for the rest of this number here, maybe the well, can't do the 130 now, but somewhere around the 150s, and that would take us into that time frame coming out late September, early October. So that's going to be a really interesting one to continue to follow. Do we get a longer consolidation here before the move, or is this a rather quick consolidation before Ethereum pushes to that fresh high price? Comments, sale on premium, let me know in the comment section what your thoughts are. Do you think there's going to be a quicker cycle towards September, October time, or does it get pushed out somewhere towards Q1 2026? Love to hear your thoughts. I'll see you back here at the next video. Until then, take care and peace out.
Yeah, this was it. This was the wealth run. We've done it. I have to figure out what went wrong. I think that bow was killing the pilfers and making me lose my buff. Either way, we're making progress getting thorium, new familiars. That's a relic. 500,000 gold. We're good to go. Okay. That's all for now. Pick it up next time, try to get to the Pilfer Zone and not take the bow. This 500,000 should definitely sustain me though. Way better position than last time. Plus we already got the 3 healing boosts. Oh yeah.
As a hiring manager, I've never looked at someone's major. I studied as a hiring manager, I've never looked at someone's major. I studied philosophy and environmental science. People joke about philosophy as a pathway to a career. I never even look at where anyone went to college. People stress about their major, they stress about their college. What matters is your ability to think clearly and work hard.
Matt Hoogan is CIO at Bitwise Asset Management,
guiding crypto index funds and helping investors access digital assets.
Previously CEO of ETF.com, he now connects the worlds of traditional finance and blockchain.
Who are you? It's a good question. I'm a dad, I'm an entrepreneur, and I like to think of myself as a writer. I think if you put those three things together, that's a pretty good portrait of me.
What is your mission?
My mission at Bitwise?
Mission in life?
Well,
what is Bitwise if you had to explain it to your mom?
We help people invest in crypto. We use our expertise to build products that are sophisticated on the inside, but easy to understand on the outside so that you can get exposure to the space in a way that's safe and secure, low cost in many cases.
What's the S&P 500 in crypto? Is it just owning Bitcoin?
If you think crypto is just money, then it's just owning Bitcoin. But if you think crypto can be money or it can be tech, then it's owning the top 20 high quality assets.
What are the crypto assets that I can buy and hold for the long term?
Bitcoin. Bitcoin, and Bitcoin.
It's not what you don't know that gets you in trouble. It's what you know for sure that ain't so.
Mm-hmm.
How does this principle apply to those who want to become better crypto investors?
Well,
69% of the people who watch this podcast have not subscribed. If you enjoy this show, if it provides value to you in one way, shape, or form, can I please ask you a little favor? Can you click that subscribe button, give this video a like, and leave a comment down below? It helps this show more than you can imagine. My goal is to bring the absolute biggest and brightest people on this channel, and the best way to get there is to have all of us rally together and build the When Shift Happens family. Thank you. This conversation is supported by Jupiter, the most used decentralized trading platform on Solana and the largest DAO in the world. Castcard, my go-to card to spend my stablecoins directly with my Apple Pay to buy anything, food, coffee, or plane tickets without having to use a bank ever again. Bitwise Asset Management, the crypto specialist asset manager with more than $10 billion in client assets and more than 30 crypto solutions across ETFs, index funds, alpha strategies, staking, and more. Sui, a scalable layer 1 blockchain that's fast, secure, and affordable, built by previous Facebook developers, and that delivers the benefits of Web3 with the ease of Web2. To support this show, please check the sponsors links in the description down below. How are you doing?
I'm doing great. Yeah, absolutely great.
We are recording this very exciting episode from San Francisco, where you're born?
No, I moved out here about 15 years ago. So I grew up on the East Coast, DC, and then Maine, and then moved out here, about 15 years ago, but I love it here.
When I interviewed Hunter last year for the first time, there's a lot of people who left San Francisco, right? Mm-hmm. For the last few years after COVID, and he was actually saying that last year he thought that the bottom was in San Francisco. 100%. He was very bullish on San Francisco and saying the bottom is in. You are one of the ones who never left.
Yeah.
Why?
It has three things that I think are the best in the world. So one, the outdoors here is absolutely incredible. I love being outdoors, and you can be in a major city and then be in a national forest in like 20 minutes and hiking. I'm not sure there are that many cities where that's true. Two, the food I think is unparalleled. And the thing that's really real, the thing that brought me here and that's kept me here is the sense of opportunity and the ability to find other people doing interesting things. There's just a higher density of that here than there is anywhere else in the world. And I would add, there's like a non-zero sum element to it. When I'm on the East Coast, it feels a little bit competitive, a little bit zero sum. Whereas out here, it's much more collaborative and build together. And I know that sounds very sort of ephemeral, but for me, it's a very real feeling when I'm here. And it keeps me here despite the taxes and the costs and all that.
Just one word on the food.
Yeah.
How is food better here than in other places?
Well, food is great in lots of places. I'm not saying it's necessarily better here than other places. There's amazing food all around the world. But the quality of produce here is, I think, unmatched, right? We are the produce capital of the US, some of the best farmland in the world, some of the best sort of organic farming and local artisanal food. So the quality of that is just extraordinarily high. And then you pair that with a established food scene and a wine scene. I don't know, it's pretty spectacular. I live in Berkeley, across the bay, and even a bad restaurant in Berkeley is pretty fantastic. There are other cities. I spent a lot of time in San Sebastian, Spain.
Yeah,
that's another place.
Very famous for the food.
Unbelievable food, and even the worst restaurant is really, really exceptional. But I experienced that here too.
You said you spent a lot of time there. How come?
I mean, a relative amount of time. So my last company before Bitwise was ETF.com, and we were virtual before anyone was virtual. So I was living on an island in Maine. The founder was living in San Sebastian, Spain. The other executives were in Atlanta and in Quito. And so we flew to those various cities to get together like once a quarter. So I probably spent, 10 weeks in San Sebastian, something like that.
Amazing. Yeah, very famous for very good food.
Yeah.
You love good food?
I do.
Who are you?
Who am I? That's a good question. I'm a dad. That's a big part of who I am. I have 3 kids. I'm an entrepreneur, loves building things and loves working with people. And I like to think of myself as a writer. I sort of think through writing, clarify thoughts in my mind. So I think if you put those 3 things together, that's a pretty good portrait of me.
What is your mission?
My mission at Bitwise?
Mission in life?
Well, the thing that I focused my career on, I'll answer that and then maybe I'll take a bigger picture. The thing that I focused my career on is improvements in financial technology that makes the world cheaper and saves people money and makes the world better for a lot of people. So that's what I did at ETF.com. I feel like that's why I joined crypto. More broadly, I'm just someone who's enjoying their path through life. It's a fun life. It's pretty great.
you said before I'm a writer, right? That's one of your three persona.
Yeah.
You're the CIO of Bitwise Asset Management, but you studied philosophy and were very good at writing.
Yeah.
So you have a pretty unconventional path to where you come, like where you are now, right?
Yep.
How open-minded should students be when they think, or they're actually stressing out about the fact that they think that their university majors that they enroll in are career-defining?
Yeah, I don't think that's true for a lot of reasons. You know, from my own perspective, right, I studied philosophy and environmental science. Those are, you know, people joke about philosophy as a pathway to a career. It's actually a phenomenal skill because most of philosophy is very hard to read. It's very complex. And your job as a philosophy major is to read really complex things and distill them in a simple way. And I think that's an extraordinary skill. But the other side of it is, as a hiring manager, someone who's probably hired, 50 or 100 people, I've never looked at someone's major. Maybe that helps you get your first job. I'm not sure. My first job was a sea kayak guide, so I didn't follow the traditional path. Maybe it helps you get your first job. But to me, I never even look at where anyone went to college. There may be 4 or 5 colleges that stand out, like the Naval Academy will stand out, maybe Stanford will stand. Everything else is like all the same. So people stress about their major, they stress about their college. What matters is your work and your ability to think clearly and work hard. And that's all I've ever hired for.
Did you stress about your major?
No, not at all.
You just trusted destiny.
Trusted destiny.
Destiny has something good.
Yeah, I had a lot of confidence in myself and my ability to navigate the world. When it came time to get a real job, I wrote a really great cover letter. And I think that got me in the door. And then you just work as hard as you can once that door opens.
Dear When Shift Happens family, the following message is probably the single most important thing you should take away from today's podcast. If you're serious about your crypto investing journey, please take some time to learn how to self-custody your assets to make sure that nobody can take your coins away, ever. If you don't learn how to be your own bank, it is very likely that one day you will lose all your hard-earned crypto. The safest way to hold your crypto is in a cold storage that we also call hardware wallets. Hardware wallets are not complicated and they give you peace of mind. I personally use a hardware wallet called Treasure. It is open source, very easy to use, and the first hardware wallet created ever. As we like to say in crypto, not your keys, not your coin. You can order your Treasure wallet with a 10% discount by following the link in the description down below and by using the promo code WSH10. And now, back to the episode.
You said I had a very great confidence about my ability to navigate the world.
Yeah.
Where do you think that comes from?
I think I've had that quiet confidence, I hope, since I was a kid. I don't know. I feel very comfortable. I've always felt comfortable talking to people of any level. That's never been intimidating to me. I've always felt able to think and analyze and solve any problem that I wanted to tackle. It doesn't mean it's easy. It doesn't mean I'm always right. But I've had that sort of quiet confidence since I was a kid.
How good is it to be that confident?
I don't know. I can't imagine. I don't understand the other perspective. I don't want to say I'm overconfident. I just feel I feel just as confident in the ability of everyone that I work with as I do in my own abilities. I just think the reality is most people, if they set their mind to it and work hard, can get the thing done.
Absolutely.
I feel like people put barriers in front of themselves and sort of limit themselves, and I don't understand quite where that comes from. I don't see it in my colleagues. I don't see it in my family. I don't see it in you. People can do amazing things.
That's so interesting. I was talking with a friend the other day. We were talking about Bitwise. I think 7 years in, right?
Yep.
10 billion in AUM.
Yep.
And my friend was asking, like, how do you get there, right? How do you get to 10 billion in AUM? And I was telling him, I was like, they've been doing that for 7 years. I mean, obviously it's very hard, right? I need to do the right things and the right decisions, but it's 7 years, right? And it's 7 years day in and day out, and the other you, Hunter, like texting me at 5 a.m. I'm like, hey, the guys are up at 5 a.m. Since freaking 7 years, right?
That's right.
And so, it's especially in this industry, like it's so underrated. Like there is so much kind of short-term noise and people who come and disappear, and there's really this element of kind of discipline and consistency, which is so key to entrepreneurship, that is lacking.
Yeah.
And you can, like, Steve Jobs always uses this quote. I think everybody does when he says like 90% of what separates, or 80%, I think probably 90% of what separates successful entrepreneurs from people who are not successful, entrepreneurs, is just not stopping, like pretty much.
I think that's completely true. Yeah, not stopping and not blowing yourself up. If you have sort of a confidence in one simple thing, right? In the case of Bitwise, it's that crypto will be more important in the future than it is today, and the world will want, crypto-focused asset managers. It's just keeping that in mind through thick and thin. Not that there haven't been challenging moments, right? Like 2018 was very challenging. There were some dark periods, but if you re-underwrote the thesis on crypto and the thesis on a crypto asset manager, then why wouldn't you just continue? I think it's a once in a lifetime opportunity. I feel enormously lucky to be involved in crypto at this stage, and of course 7 years ago, just as lucky. That was a rare opportunity. I feel like it's probably once in a lifetime.
So you say, that's interesting. You say you need to kind of underwrite the thesis that crypto is here for the long term, and therefore we will need asset managers. You told me the other day that you're pretty good at simplifying crypto to what it is at its core. So let's start with the very basics. You have an 11-year-old child at home.
Yeah.
What is crypto if you have to explain it to your 11-year-old child?
Oh, wow. That's a good question. What is crypto? I'll start by saying that he's grown up with crypto, right? So I've been at Bitwise since he was 4. He doesn't remember when he was 4. So his entire life, this has been as real a part of the world as any other part of the world that he operates in. If I had to explain it to him, where would I start? I think for an 11-year-old, I don't think you can. If I was going with an adult, I would talk about sort of the fundamentals of what a blockchain is and why that's such a unique architecture that enables digital property rights for the first time ever and lets property move at the speed of light. I'm not sure that Dash, my 11-year-old, would get that.
Or even the majority of the adults who are not really financially literate, right?
Oh, I think they can get it. I actually think,
what would you tell someone who is, how old are you? 26.
Yeah.
He doesn't really know about crypto.
Oh, that's
Why
easy.
would you tell him about crypto that would make him more interested, but you need to explain things very simply
Yeah.
to onboard him?
That one's super easy, I think. And then we can go back to how I'd explain it to Dash, because I'm going to try to do that tonight. I would start by saying, do you use PayPal or Venmo? Okay, everyone uses PayPal and Venmo, and I think it's the perfect way in. So why does PayPal exist? It exists because it lets us move money instantaneously. Why can it let us move money instantaneously? It's not because Elon Musk is a genius, David Sachs is a genius. It's really something simple, which is just one database. So inside PayPal, if I want to send you $100, I can check and make sure I have $100 and send it to you instantaneously. It just moves a line like in an Excel document. The reason banks are so slow is if I send you a check from my bank, your bank has to check with my bank back and forth to make sure I have the money. So all a blockchain is the first time we're able to have a database, one database that everyone in the world can see that updates in real time, but that's not controlled by a company. So PayPal is one database controlled by PayPal. A blockchain is just one database that you don't have to trust anyone to control. And that does amazing things. So it lets you move money around the world instantaneously, whereas banks take days. But then maybe more fundamentally, it lets you own a piece of digital property for the first time in history. Because a piece of digital property is just letters and numbers. And if you think about owning a string of letters and numbers, the problem is anyone can copy it. So who are you going to trust to maintain the database that says you own this piece of property? Are you going to trust Elon Musk? Are you going to trust Mark Zuckerberg? Are you going to trust Wells Fargo? With the Bitcoin blockchain, you don't have to trust anyone. And I just think that those are some of the most incredible breakthroughs ever. Digital property and moving money or moving property at the speed of light. I'd struggle to think of a financial advance in the last 200 years as big as those.
But Julian might still tell you, listen, I'm happy with PayPal or Venmo.
Yeah.
Why should I do crypto?
Yeah. There are lots of reasons that you might do crypto. For one, you don't have to. Not everyone has to do crypto. But for two, from a payments perspective, it's cheaper. But then it has these other incredible benefits, which is, for all of history, money has been controlled by governments, which gives them extraordinary power to inflate it or change it or seize it. And this is the first time we've had the opportunity to have money that was separated from governments. And not just money, but any database where you worry about the person who controls it having too much power, you can recreate that in blockchain. So if you're worried about X and Elon Musk having too much control over that platform, you could have that equivalent, but with Elon Musk root. And it hasn't changed many people's day-to-day lives, although you're starting to see that with things like stablecoins. But as a power that you want out there in the world, I think it's just a transformative idea.
Yeah, the stablecoins is just the one I would just tell everyone, even people who don't really care about crypto. Stablecoins, man.
It's so easy.
It's incredible. I cannot do anything anymore without stablecoins.
We accept so many things. That's one of the incredible things about just stay on stablecoins. We accept so many things as like just the way it is, right? So there's a 2% fee when you buy something. That's just the way it is. It's 8% when you send money abroad. That's just the way it is. When you get a paycheck, your money isn't earning interest. It goes into an interest-free bank account, but you can't put it to work immediately. That's just the way. It doesn't have to be that way, right? Money could be frictionless. There could be no burden to open a bank account. And I think that's going to substantially change the world in the next probably 3 years. I think it'll be faster than many people think. Why? Because we've had 4 years, maybe more, maybe 8 years, where people have been building the infrastructure for this technology, but it hasn't been able to be unleashed into the world because there's been a political divide that separated us from doing that. And so the infrastructure, from my point of view, is actually overbuilt. It's like we laid these fiber optic cables before there was the internet. And so once you pull down that regulatory barrier, I think it can expand so much faster than most technologies do, right? Because most technologies, you need the use case and the infrastructure to grow together. And right now with Stables, we built so much infrastructure, and I think the use cases will be unleashed and catch up pretty quickly.
I'm new to crypto. I get into the industry. Usually what I do is I get more, probably depends where you're from, right? But the first appeal is more like the potential gains than the actual use case, right? Even for stablecoins. Probably stablecoins is the second reason why you come into crypto. Not everyone, but I would guess like many. The industry is super noisy, and that's the problem, right? You arrive, you say, okay, I'm going to use this thing, but I'm attracted by the gains. The problem is, if you come to speculate, you basically come as an investor, but noise is very bad for investors, especially for new investors. Noise makes you panic, buy high, sell low. How do you filter the signal from the noise in this crazy, noisy industry that crypto is?
Yeah, on a personal basis, how do I do it?
I would say yes, because the people who are watching are people.
Yeah.
And you can link that to your role, right? CIO, it's all about basically investment.
Yeah.
So explaining people, hey, look, like the reason why Matt and Hunter are so chill and optimistic all the time, those 2 words of crypto, is because of that, and stop panicking.
Yeah. It's not just crypto, it's every investment, right? There's a famous, I think it was Fidelity study of the best performing stock brokerage accounts. And the best performers were the ones where the people were dead, which is an incredible fact. So much of the financial industry, and then crypto has put this on steroids, encourages people to try to trade, try to pick the winners, to pick this asset over that asset. And for me, that's just extraordinarily hard, maybe impossible. And we were talking about it a little bit beforehand. All of investment literature and almost all the leading lights in investing from the traditional finance space said you shouldn't do that. You should just buy an index fund. I have a view that trading alpha, which is to say like picking and choosing winners, is a fake story. It's virtually impossible.
Why does that story exist though?
Oh, because it's so tempting. And because the narrative is so loud. Because if you take 100 traders and they're making effectively random trades, 5 or 10 of them are going to blow the doors off. And they're going to become extremely wealthy, and they're going to shout their story from the rooftops. And then 90% are going to lose their shirt. And they're not going to tell you they lost their shirt, because that's not what people do, right? They just keep quiet. So you hear from the 10% and you don't hear it from the 90%. And I just think it's the hardest thing in the world to do. You have the most sophisticated hedge funds in the world. I know you're a smart guy, but are you really going to go up against the most sophisticated hedge fund in the world?
We all tried it.
Of course we all try. And even I try on the edge. But my view is there is one major source of alpha in the world.
And that's actually big picture alpha, based mostly on behavioral biases. So when I look at crypto, whatever alpha I have, like the alpha that I got joining Bitwise 7 years ago and focusing on crypto, was just a simple insight, which was the world has this wrong. The crypto is going to be more important in the future by a factor of 10 than it was when I joined. That's probably off, probably by a factor of 50. And the reason the world has it wrong is sort of classic behavioral biases, anchoring bias. People are inherently skeptical of digital things. They probably first heard about crypto from a negative story, like Mt. Gox or Silk Road, etc. And so they're biased way over here. Whereas if you look at the actual data around crypto, or you understand the technology, it's somewhere over here, right? It's pretty good to great. And that is the alpha. If you then try to pick and choose between there, really hard. But if you feel confident in this view, then all you do is you buy these assets and you hold them. And then you continue to hold them. I think there's some advantage in screening out assets that are terrible because crypto is an unregulated space. And so I think there's maybe some negative screening that you can do. But with 90% of my portfolio, it's just buy and hold Bitcoin or buy and hold an index of the top assets and just wait. You know, if I do that 20 years from now, I think my family will be happy with that result.
What do you tell someone who says, "But I don't want to wait 20 years"?
Yeah. Well, I mean, good luck. I mean, right? Look, we all have a part of our portfolio that doesn't want to wait. I do too. I consider that like a cost of learning, and I expect to lose money on it. And so I think the classic like answer for what you should do is 80-20 it. Put 80% of your portfolio in this 20-year bet, and then speculate to your heart's content on the other 20%. But there's no easy pathway to massive wealth. It just doesn't exist. And I think that's the it's tough in crypto because there's so much noise around that. But I think that's the reality.
There's no easy way to. There's no fast way to easy wealth. Sorry.
Yeah.
Sorry, guys. I didn't say it. He said it.
I'll share one other fact. I'm the CIO at Bitwise. I'm not close enough to sort of the insider path on crypto to know enough to outperform the market, right? And I'm in a relatively privileged position, and there's just no way for me. So there are people out there who will do it, but it's not for me.
I read a tweet the other day that said, it's competing to that. I didn't want the 3 to 5x, so I choose the minus 99% instead.
I think that's right. Yeah. You know, a funny thing about coming into crypto from traditional finance is the numbers are just so skewed. In traditional finance, you're talking about 7% a year. 7% a year, right? That's 3 to 4x over a lifetime. And so from my perspective, right, like, you know, crypto's up 12x since I joined Bitwise. Phenomenal. That's more than a lifetime of traditional finance gains in 7 years, right? Phenomenal. So I think there is some relative scale issue at work.
Yeah, but yet people will still tell you, yeah, but I know, but I'm not speaking to crypto for the. Otherwise, I would do S&P 500 or yeah.
Very true. It's a tough game.
Mark Twain said, "It's not what you don't know that gets you in trouble; it's what you know for sure that ain't so."
Mm-hmm.
How does this principle apply to those who want to become better crypto investors?
Yeah, I think it's exactly what we're talking about. I meet people every day who are absolutely convinced that Ethereum has no chance and Solana's going to crush it. And then I meet people who are absolutely convinced that Solana is old school tech and it's Sui or Aptos or Avalanche or Bear or Monad or name your favorite. And they have 100% conviction that they're right,
which is reflected by their
allocation.
Their allocation.
Yeah, so they're 100% in this asset. Maybe they're even short the other asset if they could be, but their level of certainty is so high. I don't know. That's just really hard. Like if you've been around technology, every time it's really uncertain who the long-term winner will be. It was uncertain in search. It was uncertain in mobile. It was uncertain in cloud. It's uncertain in AI. Like maybe that's a way to approach it. Take another category. Are you 100% convinced that OpenAI will be the winner in AI? Like no way, not a chance. But people in crypto are so tribal and so convinced that they have this right. I think it's just really tough. It would be terrible to be in crypto for 15 years and have negative returns on the market, 50x's. That would be painful.
I think it happens to a lot of people, though.
I think it happens to a lot of people
because they're over-allocated to shit, right?
Yes.
To the minus 99% instead of the 3 to 5x, right?
That's right. And again, it's not to not do it. It's just to 80-20 of it. You have to scratch that itch. You can't I can't resist it. I can't resist not spec. Like no way. You can ask me what.
Yeah, I know what you're doing in your 20% itch.
Yeah. I'll answer that for sure. But you have to allow yourself to do it. But you shouldn't allow yourself to do it with everything because you're I don't know. Maybe you're way better than me, but I'm not that good for sure.
You're a CIO, so you understand portfolio allocation.
Yeah.
So before understanding these 20%.
Yeah.
How much is crypto?
Of my own personal portfolio? Liquid?
Yeah.
It's probably 30 or 40% of my liquid portfolio. And then I work in crypto and I'm a shareholder in Bitwise. So the overall allocation is really significant. Yeah.
How responsible is that?
I think it's fine.
I love it. That's what I wanted to hear.
Yeah, look, I have a high degree of conviction on this space. I wish I owned more Bitcoin, to be sure. Yeah.
I think we all do.
Right.
We probably all own less Bitcoin now than we used to own in the past.
Yeah, we should all own more Bitcoin.
So what's the 20%?
What's the 20%? Right now, there are two areas that I think are undervalued. So one, I think there's going to be a DeFi renaissance that's really significantly bigger than most people think. So that's part of the 20%. The reason for that is we talked about this infra being built up, but the use not expanding because of this regulatory barrier. So you have like a dam that's filling up to the very top. If you look at DeFi, that's exactly the case. There's incredible technology and incredible infrastructure and incredible revenue and users and proof that it can survive in volatile markets up and down. It's so phenomenal to watch. But both the penetration into real world assets has been limited, and then the tokenomics of the projects has been terrible because if they had any real value drivers, they went to jail. And I think that's changed. And so I think there's a massive unlock there. And then I don't want to name individual names, but there's some of the emergent layer ones that I think are interesting and I like owning a little bit of.
Interesting. What's a great investor?
A great investor is someone who's comfortable with their investment and doesn't panic. To me, that's the whole game.
How hard is it to become a good investor?
It's really easy. Really easy.
That's so interesting.
It's really easy. Just 80-20 it. And you're already, there's I come from an index investing background, right?
What is index investing?
Sure, it's owning the S&P 500 in stocks, which is to say instead of trying to pick and choose stocks, you just own the entire market. And a funny little story from index investing history is it was created in the 1970s and early 1980s. And when it launched, it was seen as un-American. And there's this phenomenal statement, I think it was from someone at Fidelity, which was an active shop, which was, I don't think the majority of Americans will be comfortable getting average returns. And the reason that's funny is by definition, they have to, because they own the entire market. So by definition, they're going to get those average returns. But the point they were making is no one would be comfortable with this index-based strategy. The reality is the long-term investors in index-based strategies historically beat 70 to 80% of all investors. So you can be in the top 25% of investors by just doing nothing. So that part is easy, but you just have to hold yourself back.
Yeah, actually, I told you the other day, I read 3 books 10 years ago, 12 years ago about investing to understand how the hell do I become financially free. And you read all these, I read the Little Common Sense of Investing, Jack Bogle, A Random Walk Down Wall Street, Burton Malkiel, and then Tony Robbins, Money Master the Game. They all say the same thing: buy index funds, buy ETFs, right?
Yep.
And do nothing. They all say the same thing, and even Buffett says the day I die, I'll put everything in S&P 500. Yep. I don't think people can beat the market. And in one of these books, I think it was the one of Tony Robbins, he was actually saying not 70 to 80%, he was saying 96% of the active fund managers don't outperform the market after taxes and fees and all that stuff, right?
That's right.
Which is crazy, right?
Think about that. And those are guys getting huge salaries with huge teams, today using the most advanced AI tools, right? Using the most sophisticated traders. They probably have direct relationships with the people running these companies. And 96% of them can't beat my son Dash, who owns index funds, right? He is crushing these people making $10 million a year picking stocks. And that's just the facts. Those are just the data. And I think it's doubly true in crypto for what it's worth.
That's what I wanted to ask.
Yeah, 100%.
Obviously.
100%.
But what's the S&P 500 in crypto? Is it just owning Bitcoin?
No.
Or is it owning...
Great question. So if you think crypto is just money, then it's just owning Bitcoin. But if you think crypto can be money or it can be tech, then it's owning the top 5, the top 10, the top 20 high quality assets. Trying to screen out the junk. We can talk about that.
What's the high
quality? I can see the eyebrows.
It's getting too good.
Yeah.
It's getting too good.
Look at you. I talked about this earlier that there may be alpha in screening things out, right? And I think if you look back through crypto's history, we can all identify some things that we wish we had screened out, right? So Luna, I know, is an example of something that people wish they had screened out. FTX's token is something that you wish you could screen out. I think there are ways to do that. I think you can look at you can at least get warning flags from some of those assets if they're not available from high quality custodians, or if there's no US dollar rails to get in and out of those assets, or if there's flaws in the tokenomic design. And you're not going to get them all right, and you may miss a few high quality assets, but I think you can get some of them. But even if you don't, even if you just buy the index, you're going to do fine. The thing about crypto is the space is undervalued by a factor of 10 in terms of where it's going, its importance in the world. So if you get that 10, even if you bought some things that went to 0, as long as that didn't spook you out of the market, who cares?
But do these index funds of the top 10 or 15 or 20 beat Bitcoin?
Oh, I don't know about that.
It's so hard to beat Bitcoin.
I don't know if it'll beat Bitcoin.
You said before 90% of my crypto is in Bitcoin, right?
Oh, Bitcoin and top 10 assets. Okay. So I invest in index fund. But here's the thing. Even if you don't beat Bitcoin, I still would buy the index, because otherwise there's just going to be a moment when a friend calls you up and is like, you got to look at this thing, right? And you're going to get excited about it. It's going to have high returns, and you're going to jump into it, and you're going to blow yourself up. I think the controlling your own personal behavior it's the whole key. It's the whole key. So if you can, will it beat Bitcoin? I don't know. Bitcoin's really amazing, and it's going after the largest market in the world. So that's a pretty good bet. But I do think it's nice to have a way to resist temptation.
Are ETFs? You said you were CEO of ETF.com.
Yep. Yeah.
You're qualified to talk about ETFs.
And to say the least, I guess.
Are ETFs a good thing?
Yeah. So there are two ways to answer that question. I don't know which angle you're going to, but from one perspective, the core thing an ETF does is it lets my uncle invest on the same terms and the same cost as the Harvard endowment or the largest institutions in the world. So you know that because these institutions own the same ETF that my father owns in his retirement account, right? They use it to get exposure to the S&P 500 or bonds or whatever. It's such a good deal. And that's true in crypto too. The Bitcoin ETFs are priced at such low levels that you would have to be putting $5-10 billion of money toward buying Bitcoin to get the same deal. So it's an incredible democratic idea. There's this other debate within crypto, which is the, not your keys, not your crypto. Does it make sense to have an intermediated financial product, right? Instead of owning Bitcoin directly?
What's your answer to that?
Oh, yeah, absolutely, man, for sure. Look, I love people who own Bitcoin directly. I think that's phenomenal.
Do you?
I don't. Yeah, I don't. I know, which is shocking to some people. But I'm not, I wouldn't trust myself from a security perspective. I'm the CIO, not the CTO. And I have a great deal of confidence in our ETF setup.
Can I ask a question about that?
Yeah.
Because I was actually interviewing Ben from Bybit.
Yep.
I'm actually not a security expert, right? But I was essentially saying, hey, like if you guys, we're talking about self-custody, but like the fact that they got hacked shows that, because they're sort of self-custodying their clients' assets, right?
Yeah.
If with all the security measures they have in place, Bybit, I think they have 20 billion in AUM.
Yep.
In clients' assets, they can get hacked. It means that almost everyone can get hacked.
Mm-hmm.
And then they said, oh, look, this part was basically one that we didn't do internally. We're using another external company. But then I started to kind of think, or even ask him, I was like, do you think, for example, ETFs, right? The Bitcoin is somewhere, which means there's still a risk. So even when you said before, I'm not comfortable, especially when you have a certain amount of money, I want to basically delegate that. But what you need to understand when you delegate your crypto, I mean, when you have your own crypto, you're responsible for it, so you could lose it very easily. But also when you're delegating it, and it's one of the key learnings he had was, if I start to delegate some part of these things, I become more complacent. I'm like, it's fine, like, right? And then you realize, maybe it's not, right? Sometimes it's not.
Yeah.
How is, obviously an exchange and an ETF is very different. There's probably much less movement of the assets, but like, how different is it in terms of security, an exchange and an ETF, and how likely would it be that something similar happens to an ETF? And people might say, Kevin, you're so dumb with your questions, but in this industry, you have to ask the dumb questions because all the shit that happened now or 2 years ago, like, it's because people were taking things for granted.
Yeah, I think it's really important to ask. I mean, the level of security procedures and sort of the fracturing of crypto into multiple wallets that ETF custodians do limits the risk. And I know in terms of the level of due diligence that Bitwise applies and the various security protocols in terms of where crypto can and cannot be sent out of custodians gives me a great deal of confidence in that approach. You can never say never, right, in this industry in particular. And I hope we don't ever get to that point. And I feel confident in Bitwise's approach. But we're not the only asset manager in the space. Some haven't been in crypto that long. So I worry a little bit about that. But the good news is the custodians have gotten very institutional in nature. The assets are all held in cold storage. If they're trading right, it should never touch an exchange. And so I feel very confident in it. But I completely understand the other side. And I love people who self-custody their own Bitcoin.
So we talked about traditional investing before. Basically, all these books you can read, 2, 3, 5, 600 pages. They will tell you buy
exactly,
right? Or buy an ETF, buy the S&P 500, buy the Nasdaq.
Yep.
And then we sell in crypto, buy an index, right? How much does this traditional investing principle work in crypto?
Oh, it all works. We even have our own words for it. Like what is HODL? HODL is buy and hold, right? If you put it in a pinstripe suit and put a top hat on it, same thing as buy and hold. Same thing you read in those books. You just make fun of it here in crypto. What is buy the fucking dip? It's dollar cost average, right? We just use a different word for it. I think with a few small exceptions where I can't think of a direct tie, almost everything that is true about traditional investing is true in crypto. So costs matter. Long-term buy and hold will outperform most asset picking. Dollar cost averaging is a good idea. You should buy low and sell when it's high to keep in your tolerance. There are a few areas where I think there are differences. Crypto is a less efficient market. So I think there is arbitrage opportunities that exist in crypto that are real, that don't exist in the traditional world at the scale they do in crypto. I think staking is a fairly unique thing in crypto for which there's no sort of direct analogy in traditional investing. But the same rules of like buy, hold, rebalance, those are going to, those have worked in investing for hundreds of years. I don't think there's anything about crypto that's changed it.
There's 10,000 new coins every day. I mean, could be much more, could be less. But I read something like that, 80,000 a week. Millions of coins now out there. What are the crypto assets that I can buy and hold for the long term?
Bitcoin. No, look, the way I think Bitcoin. I don't think you could just buy it and be dead. I think you have to rebalance it. I would guess that Bitcoin, ETH, and Solana will be here for the long term, and everything else underneath that may or may not.
That's so important. That's so important because when you say, hey, 80-20, that means like, hey, you're 80%. I mean, that's what also Raoul Pal says all the time, right? He says, don't fuck this up, don't fuck this up. 70 to 90% should be in top 3 assets. Otherwise, you're just going to end up like most people are ending up now, right? In the middle of a bull run, most likely, but wrecked and depressed and down. And
that's right. It's the saddest thing in the world. Whereas if you have the 80% in mostly Bitcoin, you're up 100 and what percent over the last year, like pretty good. So what if you got wrecked?
You know what you said before, and that's so important for people to understand, but they don't, and they don't want to hear it, which is, let's say you're at the beginning of a bull market. So you're in the bear market. You look at, okay, I think we were at like 1 trillion more or less at the bottom, right? And then you say, and maybe previous bear market, maybe 200 billion, I don't remember, right? But you go 200 billion, or let's say 100 billion to 3 trillion, so that's 30x for the whole industry. And then down to 1 trillion, but you're still like up 5x. Yet people end up with less money. They not only lose their money, they put in more money and they lose that money too, right?
That's right.
While the industry goes up 5x.
Yes.
30x from bottom to top, and then 5x from bottom to bottom. And then you're thinking, okay, 1 trillion. I was actually thinking about that like a year and a half ago. I was like, the industry will go from 1 trillion to 10 trillion, whatever the number is, but let's say 10x. And then we'll go back down to 5 trillion. So basically we'll be up 5x. Yet you will manage to lose all your money. And some more. That's the thing that most people don't understand. Like, how is that possible?
Yeah. And that's really sad. And it's really sad. And you could do even better. If you had a target allocation, you sold, when it went up a lot. You bought when it went down a lot. But yeah, don't let that happen to you, right? Like, if you're in crypto right now, you've had this insight that most of the world hasn't had, which I feel very confident is right, which is that this thing is just getting started and is going to be really important. It's a generational opportunity. You've already done the hard work. Don't then, shoot yourself in the foot.
You said it's just getting started.
It's just getting started. Yeah.
Tell me more. Again, I have to repeat the tweet from before. I didn't want the 3 to 5x, so I chose the minus 99% instead, which is hits hard a lot of people in crypto. 3 to 5x. This is the tweet. What's the realistic long-term upside from here for assets like Bitcoin, ETH, and Sol? And you are the best position to understand that because you're seeing institutions and what they're doing. And you know how much money they have. And therefore, you know what's the potential upside. And before you said, when I went into Bitwise 2017, I was thinking 10x. I think more 50x, right? So tell us
more about that. Yeah, I mean, I'll give you two quick views on Bitcoin specifically. I think until Bitcoin is as large as gold, we were just getting started. It's still early. And I think once we get to as large as gold, then we can talk about, is it 5x bigger than gold? Is it 3x bigger than gold? Is it 2x bigger than gold? But there's still 10x until we match gold. And try to think of another area where there's a physical and a digital analog where the physical is still bigger. Is physical newspapers bigger than digital newspapers? Is physical advertising bigger than digital advertising? Are DVDs bigger than streaming? I've really struggled to come up with even one example. And so I think until we get to Bitcoin, you're actually still, until we get to gold level, you're actually still early. And it's only after gold that we start counting, like how big could this thing be? So you have a 10x until you're no longer early, right? And then beyond that. The other angle is from an institutional perspective. The thing about institutional investors is their starting point is what's called a benchmark portfolio. And a benchmark portfolio means owning everything. So like an index of stocks, the S&P 500, you can think of that as the benchmark portfolio, right? That's where they start. And then if they want to overweight NVIDIA or underweight Ford or overweight Tesla, they can tweak around the edges, but they have to get to this starting point. Crypto is now part of the global capital markets, right? It's $3 trillion. Stocks are $100 trillion. Bonds are another 100 trillion or something. So it's a sliver, it's like a percent. But of those $200 trillion, they have no exposure to Bitcoin. They don't own it yet. So it's not like a little bit of money has to come into Bitcoin. I think institutions have to buy $1.5 trillion worth of Bitcoin until they get to level. Imagine what $1.5 trillion coming into Bitcoin does to the price. Like, who is going to sell? How much will it go up? I think it'll be really significant. People look at the Bitcoin ETFs last year, they did $37 billion. People put $37 billion in it. The price went up substantially. There's more buying than selling. I think you got to put $1 trillion into this just to get to level. And it's just too much money. It has to come in. So I think the people who are worried that I actually think there's never been, on a risk-adjusted basis, a better time to buy Bitcoin than right now. I think it's eliminated all the risks of failure. Those are all gone. And I still think it has 10x upside until it's getting started, until it's no longer early. And then I think it has upside from there.
What does that mean for the rest of the industry? It's a very tricky question because the logic would be if Bitcoin is the most liquid asset, right? Yeah. It goes up 10x, the rest should go up much more. But what we've been saying is actually that's not the case.
Yeah, I actually think the nature of that is changing. So the reason I think there used to be this Bitcoin goes up and everything goes up more is that crypto was driven mostly by speculation, right? The hope that it will be better in the future than it is today. And I think where we're at right now is it's starting to be driven more by fundamentals. So like if Bitcoin goes up because governments adopt it, what should that mean for ETH? Not much, right? ETH is going to have to win on its own terms. Solana's going to have to win on its own terms. Uni is going to have to win on its particular terms. And I think this idea that Bitcoin will drag these other assets up is probably from an era where crypto was mostly speculative.
And retail.
And I think we're moving into an era where it's more utility and more institutional. And so you're going to see these assets have very different returns. It's going to look more like the stock market. Does NVIDIA going up help Ford? No, right? They're basically irrelevant to each other. And I think we'll get to the point in 5 or 10 years where Bitcoin and Solana are basically not quite irrelevant because they're both within this crypto ecosystem, but they have a loose affiliation from their returns.
Which one do you think goes up the most in the next 10 years?
I don't know. I'm telling you, I think this DeFi revolution is real. I think it's bigger than people think.
Nice.
Yeah.
We're in this beautiful office, Bitwise office. I have a beautiful Bitwise t-shirt. So I have to ask you, what is Bitwise if you have to explain it to your mom?
Yeah, Bitwise is a specialist crypto asset manager. So we help people invest in crypto. We use our expertise to build products that are sophisticated on the inside, but easy to understand on the outside so that you can get exposure to the space in a way that's safe and secure and low cost in many cases. So I think that's what we do. I think we do it well. We've been doing it for 7+ years.
Oh man, that is going to be the end of the run for today. I'm going to go to work. Thanks for listening. Thanks for watching. That was the perfect end point with the buff again. So we'll come back tonight and go again. Appreciate y'all. Have a great day. And see you next time.